this special event, we humbly seek your divine providence to help us share your grace to others. Help us engage in meaningful discussions by giving us wisdom, understanding, and guidance. Help us learn and grow and love one another so that we can become better children of yours. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Okay, from our representative of the different colleges and departments, especially our deans and directors. Again, good morning. Okay. Our event today will be one of those few important events of the year in 2022, which is in preparation as well for the next year. Then we invited the other campuses as well to join us, especially those campuses who are into industrial technology and doing some research related to natural resource management. And we are still waiting for them because they're still on the way to this venue. Okay, our program of activities for today will be focusing more on the digital agriculture. which is a new domain for CBSUA Research and Extension. It will focus on three major objectives. One is to hasten the awareness of the CBSUA research communities in the current initiative and direction of the university along digital agriculture. So we will be hearing from our speakers who will be our partners by next year about ideas on precision farming and the use of tools. So they will just help us be aware that there are existing tools that we can make use for our data gathering. Then the second main objective of the activity is to orient us on these devices, including a very important software they call as Infer. Okay? Infer is, I believe, one of the most powerful software we have online that can seamlessly integrate all sensors all together into one platform. So one of our speakers will be doing that. Then lastly, as advised by our president, we will be acquiring these facilities, including the greenhouse facilities and more facilities to come, because we would like to initiate more research. This is not a showcase of facilities, but must be a translated activity towards initiating more research publications and presentations in the near future. So that's the objective. So this is also the reason why we encourage and we invited some of our personnel and faculty who are into aggressive research to consider the use of these devices in your respective research project, maybe in the near future. So that will be the focus of the third objective, for us to identify themes or maybe an idea. We will not be spending the whole day today, but we would like to hear from you, your idea, and how we can make use of these tools. And maybe by next year, we will do a workshop again to write all those ideas and translate it into new research or studies. Okay. Part of the number two objective as well is to identify, I'm answering now one of the inquiry of one of the participants, to identify other tools that are in that document maybe, which you think you will need or you are interested to make use in maybe by next year, because we are looking forward that we will have a new phase two projects by next year. So at this point in time, we would like you to look at it and recommend it for possible acquisition by next year. But objective two will primarily be focusing more on orienting us on the existing list of equipments and tools that will be deployed to us. In fact, they are insistent to deliver it by December. But I just want to make sure that the supply office of this university is open to receive all those scientific tools by December. Otherwise, we will recommend to deliver it by January. We also hope, okay, that these tools and equipments will be deployed at most up to February and March. So it will be very ready for us for our exploration by sometime March or April. In short, this is very ready for our next semester research ideas or implementation. Okay. The program will be divided into three segments. One, okay, will be a sharing. Two of our, shall we say, researchers, me and Engineer Claveria, will share to you the current initiative on digital agriculture. Okay. And we will also, in this segment, will share the existing tools that we have in our respective research, which we can make use in the near future. Okay. The second segment is the orientation on the facilities for digital agriculture research program. This is the component 26, led by SMARTHUB.AI. So these are generally Internet of Things. Maybe this is the major deliverables of this project for us to see IoTs in this university. In fact, I heard some of these equipments is not existing in the Philippines, and this is the first time to deploy maybe one or two equipments of the long list in the country. We have very similar equipments, as they have informed me, in one well-known university in the country, but it is not as powerful as this equipment. So there will be three individuals, three experts who will discuss segment 2. They will share about this agri-research IoT, the data loggers, the sensors and the probes that they will deliver, and maybe they will ask you what other more equipments that we need, including the in-fair software. The last phase will be the lightest part of the event. Okay, it will be a workshop or small group discussions among us to identify some ideas for future research. So these are the three major segments of our gathering this morning. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Bloody. And at this moment, probably later, we'll hear a message from our VPRI and our university president. And at this moment, we are now to begin with everything that has been discussed by Professor Bloody a while ago. So, talaga namang ang CBSUA is an agriculture and research university. So, to begin with the current initiatives of CBSUA, Digital Agriculture Research Program, and existing associated tools and facilities. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us today Dr. Vladimir Ferunda. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Miss Beautiful PIO. Okay, allow me to continue my discussions on the primary topic which was assigned to me. Daming wire. Paano ba ito malilimit mga wire na ito? This one? Okay, allow me to start my topic by sharing to you some of the context why CBSUA as a university initiated its new direction on digital agriculture. We already discussed in series of meetings the issue on Agri 4.0. We call it the future of farming technology. It is in this framework where we hear about precision farming, smart agriculture, and finally now, the most common and the term used by United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization is digital farming. Okay. The second context which I believe you should always or not forget as a member of the CBSUA is that we really aim in the next few years that this university will become an agriculture research university of global standards. Talking about global standards, okay, we should be well versed in using, probes, sensors, and smart farming tools. We should also be able to show the world that CBSUA has a good and a powerful platform that consolidates all these tools and its data collected into one software. maybe that's one of the reason why and pressures for this university to establish a project in partnership with LDLA and SMARTHUB.AI. The third context is what is stated in our goals. The nearest out of 6 goals are the following, nearest and associated to digital agriculture. First is enable transformative and inclusive learning experience. Okay, we would like to provide our students with transformative and good learning experiences. Then we also want to generate and utilize new knowledge and technologies, engage our partner communities, farming households, entrepreneurs, to empower them and make use of technology for their benefits. The last one, which I believe one of the primary reasons for the gathering, is to establish one governance system, or what we call academic e-governance. Another reason why we are into digital agriculture and why we are into these events is CBSUA has several major field of expertise which we believe are necessary towards its facility, are important to the success of the students taking the courses. Like we have biosystems engineering, we have agriculture, we have industrial technology, we have industrial information technology as well. These, we believe, are courses that can be linked together to produce good data and good research activity. Okay. And lastly, earlier this year, the Board of Regents of this school initiated the creation of a new center together with 2 other centers. This is called as Digital Agriculture and Innovation Center. It is in that context we started to identify affiliates of these centers, and we are successful to identify some to be part of this center. Okay. This is generally the Digital Agriculture Development Framework of the university. We look at impact in the next few years to come in terms of improving production, income, and climate resiliency and sustainability. To be able to do that, we should be able to set up our pillars, and we are happy to announce to you that these pillars is starting to be built. If you happen to visit our ICT, you can see, I will tell you, it's better than the setup we have in the university systems. You have a very nice digital, a multi-million digital facility, digital database in that area. If you happen to visit your ecotel, you see we closed the whole area because it's full of machines for our digital agriculture. Okay. Hopefully these 3 pillars, ICT infrastructure, digital technologies that make use of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and other facilities like drones and satellites. The third pillar is data analytics, which will make use of your production data, weather, climate, and of course, the online platform. These 3 pillars hopefully be implemented in a covered commodities such as crops, animals, fishery, e-commerce, and processing. So the impact to farming household pillars in the covered commodities can also happen if we have enough enabling environment, which covers on the existing program of the university, policy, and strategies. We should be able to have, all of us, the faculty and the student, and maybe our guests should have an access to infrastructure and services, and our eagerness to share this knowledge to our partner communities and capacitate other actors of the community. This, at the end of the day, must boil down to our university contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the reason also why we are in the process of evaluation by one of the biggest international assessor, which is the THE. Hopefully, we can pass the required credentials. So we have the 17, and all those interventions there in the framework must boil down on the 17 SDG. So the CBSUA in that context aims through digital agriculture to share these three areas. One, harness the power of digital technologies to demonstrate, to pilot, to accelerate and mainstream innovative ideas through research and extension support mechanism using agricultural sensors, Internet of Things, and data analytics. So, dyan po yung ating focus. Second is to explore the application and adoption of existing frontier technologies and design to provide services and new approaches to empower rural households, to make them community resilient and sustain their development, especially with emphasis on the youth. We all know the youth sector of the Philippines is very eager to learn IT-related devices and its applications. And lastly, expose CBSUA stakeholders, that's the students, faculty, researchers, and farmers, on various digital agriculture initiatives in the region and in the country by both public and private institutions. Yesterday, I met a guy in one major mall yesterday. He owns 100, head, in one batch, 100 head broiler, 100,000 head broiler in tunnel. He told me maybe we could visit them. They are adopting automated system only in Ocampo. Okay? Imagine more than 100,000 batch of broiler. Adopting digital agriculture, at least in a tunnel system for broiler production. Maybe our animal science coordinator or our bat coordinator can organize a visit to that place for us to appreciate how digital agriculture really contributes to the efficiency of an enterprise. Okay. So these are the development strategies that university would like to share to everyone in terms of strategies and activities. One, we would like to provide each one of us an advanced facilities to researchers, such as IoT sensors, softwares, and drone, to collect real-time scientific data for monitoring and decision-making. So as you look at it, it is totally different now when we look at digital agriculture. What we will have early next year is just an initial deployment. Okay, hindi na po ito, this is not anymore a dream. This is a reality, which I would like everyone to be ready, because once they started deploying it, okay, and we started paying them for the deployment, so let's make sure that all those facilities, we will be using it for our research activities. Second is to provide you the utilization of online platforms. Okay? Why do we need an online platform? So that anyone, at any given time, at any given place you are in the world, you could extract your database. This company, SmartHub.AI, through LDA, will provide us a very robust platform. We'll just use it. They are now, in fact, trying to calibrate our device in Australia, and the platform is in US and in Bangalore now, being calibrated to that system to make it ready for our deployment very soon in CBSUA. Next is to capacitate or train researchers. So we will continuously train you on how to use those tools. Then we will also amplify, as part of our campaign, the use of digital communications for the information of everyone. We started piloting our e-Balangibok, which is a central digital channel of CBSUA. If you need to propagate your activities in a worry-free arrangement with extension, just call us, then we will provide you the setup and broadcast your activities around the world. Okay. We would like also to mobilize CBSUA IT students, Okay, that's why we have here from CBSUA Sipokot campus to allow our students to focus on research on digital agriculture and make use of the power of artificial intelligence, other programming platforms to build our own directions as well. So I hope the students can be provided with student assistance fund for this purpose. And lastly is to expose various stakeholders on existing projects of the institution adopting digital agriculture in the region or even in other part of the country. Again, that's all for now. I know. I'll continue my discussions on the other topic, which is about our existing initiatives on digital agriculture. Allow me to delete. Am I doing right, Troy? Then add. I hope I'm doing it correctly. Yeah, I'm still uploading it to our friends connected in our systems. Good morning.
Morning, Professor Vlad.
Yeah. Nitin, are you in Bangalore now?
Good morning,
This
sir.
is,
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
that was Nitin. This is Sanjay.
Ayaw. I am deleting everything, then bring it back. It's uploading now. Let's wait for a while. So the next presentation which I will do is about our current initiatives on digital agriculture. These topic segments will be divided by two speakers, me and Engineer Claveria. Maybe there's still other efforts on digital agriculture which we are not aware of. Maybe other faculty could share it maybe after the session so that we could somehow document their contribution to digital agriculture. Okay, so on my part, we started doing digital agriculture related initiative way back maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Okay, this is the facilities that CBSUA already acquired in the past 2 or 3 years. We have 2 survey mapping industrial grade drones. As you can see, it's here. Okay, this is one of the largest DJI drones that we have. And the other one is here. The small one, DJI Mavic 2 Pro. Both drones are used for spatial mapping activity only. We don't use this to do agricultural activity like spraying and other functions. Okay, the big one, DJI Matrix 300 RTK. It is equipped with a multispectral 10-band camera. Okay, the one with red and blue shaded item. This one is used to detect vegetations. Okay. normally you can see only 4 bands or 5 bands. This one, we have 10 bands, so that you could easily isolate the specific spectral that you need to detect a particular tree. Okay. We also use this to measure terrain. In fact, we have an application to detect the soil characteristics of a particular place using this drone. But we use a special software to do that. Okay, so we have now this facility, and we hope we can do more research work using this facility. You could collaborate with our group, then integrate our team with your team, then initiate the research work. Also, we have on that side is a high-grade GPS device. We have 3 units of that. It can measure our location with only 5 centimeter accuracy. Okay. It can connect with basically all types of satellites that we have, ranging from American satellite, Russian, Japanese, Chinese. In fact, even Indian satellite, we could use that GPS GNS devices. We have 1 base, and we have 2 remote devices. So if you use this one, we leave the one in yellow as a base. Then we allow my students or the workers of the project to use the other remote GPS GNS to locate critical points that the project wants to see. Okay. That computer is our server. Okay. One of, shall we say, in the university, one of the powerful servers that we have was a 2 GPU processor that can translate in a fast scale all analysis that you need, especially if you're doing artificial intelligence, machine learning, all those stuff using that one. In fact, nowadays they are also available online, but we are not availing of that because it's very expensive. The team decided to invest on a server so that it's unlimited. Any time of the day, any time that you need it, you just schedule it and make use of that facility. In fact, we are looking at possibility for Sipoco team to use that one under remote arrangements. So even they are in Sipoco, they can make use of that facility. Okay. All we need to do is just to do a good scheduling for the use of equipment. Okay. So that is the facilities that we have. And I believe we visited one university in the northern part, in a cold region. And I was really amazed they don't have a drone. But they have good research on land use analysis. But they don't have a drone. When they heard we have a drone, they could even do maybe 5 or 10 times of their research if they have facility. And they are requesting our assistance to facilitate their acquisition. And maybe our engineering can work with us, IT, to identify more ideas on research using this facility. In terms of research, we did and we are done with the Pili Farm spatial distribution in Region 5, excluding the island of Catanduanes and Masbate. I will show the map to you later on. We have a new research on turmeric farm spatial distribution. We are now doing it. Then spatial distribution of NIPA. We are working with Calabanga campus for this purpose. So we will map all those NIPA sites in the area of Cabusao, Calabanga, Tinambak, and part of Pamplona. This activity is part of a NIPA whole activity or project. We were also being mobilized by Libmanan Water District, LIWAD, to conduct a joint initiative and exploration of Limanan through Limanan land use assessment and planning. We'll do that in 2023. Okay? This was initiated by Doc Aris. So I don't know what will happen to this project. Maybe you could help us or volunteer to be part of this team in behalf of our friend Doc Aris. Doc Aris, for the information, everyone is going home now to Bicol. Okay? And hopefully he can recover very soon with your prayers and support. Another is, we have another project. Both me and Doc Aris initiated this. And the MOA was already signed by the President, and the President already committed to place 1 million for this project. This is a comparative ecology of floristic composition and diversity in Southeast Asia, Philippines, forest. This is a partnership with Malaysian University and CBSUA. Hopefully we started it already, but because of the medical condition of Doc Aris, I don't know what will happen as well. Also, geospatial environmental degradation of lake. So these two projects is now ongoing, and the commitment of the Malaysian government is already there. What they will do is to use digital agriculture facilities separately. Their team will also find a mountain in Malaysia and do the same protocol, equivalent to sa atin, yung Mount Isarog. They will also find another lake in Malaysia and will also select Lake Buhi, then do a comparison. Okay. So these are so far our contribution to digital agriculture on geospatial research using GPS and GIS. Okay, this is example how our drones are doing using artificial intelligence. We're able to detect pili trees in an environment with so many trees. Okay, so the program being built by Mr. Haber, okay, is generally successful in just detecting the pili trees. We don't know what variety of pili trees are those things. So that's the second higher level of our research. How could we distinguish, you see those points, red points? How could we detect the variety of this one to the others? That's the next challenging part of this activity. And maybe a more deeper learning or machine learning will have to be done to be able to, for our camera, to distinguish variety 1 to variety 2 to variety 123. Okay, this is an example of the output we did in Pili. We were able to do mapping of pili farms in Region 5, particularly in the mainland. Okay. These are for Cam Norte, Cam Sur, province of Cam Sur. We have for province of Albay and province of Sorsogon. So this is the first time that we viewed this one in public. Okay. Also, we are also doing some online systems development. We have one running now is the database for ATI. And we hope yung pong, the one you are doing research, maybe you want to help us, you want us to help you to establish a database for your project. Don't hesitate to contact us and be part of that initiative. We also have an agro-weather portal. Okay? We already have it, and it's already operational for the past few years. We have an ongoing partnership with CLSU, the Katayo Buhay Systems. This is about an idea of an animal science, a doctor in animal science who wants to guide a farmer when they decide to sell it live weight or to sell it in a carcass. Okay? So he contacted me, and I also mobilized Miguel to translate that idea into an application. So It's ongoing so far. Then the other one is savings and credit systems for local group, women's group. The NGO called us Food for the Hungry Philippines. They also contacted us and we provided free services. We are now developing their savings and credit program app so that, because they have a lot of organized women groups in Cam Norte. So they would like to monitor it, even they will not visit the place. So we are still ongoing and we hope to share this application by January to them. Okay. And once this one is adopted, we will mobilize maybe Kanar Agribusiness, Agricultural Economics Department to do a study on savings and credit of agricultural farming villages in Cam Norte. So that's the gain we would like to get out of this system. So far, these are the facilities that we have and the systems that we are developing as far as my group is concerned. Okay, this is the weather portal. Okay, this is just an image. Okay. We collected the rainfall, all the data in that Pagasa from 1976. No, Mark, is it 1976 or 1972? Sometime 1972 up to present, we collected all those data, humidity, rainfall, and everything. It's there in the systems. Then we do averaging, and all those things, all those analysis and data analytics is there. You could even ask the system from 1970 to the present, what is the highest so far in the record, highest rainfall in a day, or in a month, or in a year. So this one can give you a simple analytics of answers to answer your questions. This is the initial development of the Katay or Buhay app for the decision-making tool to sell hogs in live bait or in carcass. It's still being developed. This one is the manual mode of the savings and credit recording. So we are translating it to savings and credit app using their cell phones to record their savings activity. Thank you very much. So far, that is our contribution to the group.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farunda, for your discussion on the current initiatives of CBSUA Digital Agriculture Research Program and existing associated tools and facilities. Let's give him a round of applause again, ladies and gentlemen. Yan. Medyo overwhelming ang lahat ng nangyayari at lahat ng dinidiscuss ni Sir. And who would have thought that these are all possible here in CBSUA? So at this juncture, we have with us today as well Engineer Lizelle Claveria and Professor Jaril Enano from the College of Engineering and Food Sciences and College of Agriculture and Natural Resources, respectively, to discuss about the research on short-term crops under greenhouse environment. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Present po ako sa kanila. Sa kanila po.
Hello. So, good morning, everyone. I am Engineer Lizelle L. Claveria from the Department of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering from the College of Engineering and Food Science. And I am also with Professor Jariel Inano from the College of Agricultural and Natural Resources. So I am here to present the CBSUA greenhouse facility. So now we have the first existing smart greenhouse facility here in Camarines Sur. So the one is fully operational, but the other one is still on the process. So hopefully we can use the new greenhouse. So let's continue. So our greenhouse here in the CBSUA is this type of greenhouse. So it has the gutter, skylight, exhaust fan, roofing system, side post, wrench or curtains, and side walls. So inside this is the hydroponics and aquaponics system, and the other greenhouse is for high-value crops. So it's on the process. So our greenhouse has three features. So we also, in that greenhouse, we have the sensor monitoring. It has the agricultural meteorological monitoring station, water quality monitoring station. So it has a sensors for microclimate and for water quality, and also has the remote management, so it can be controlled manually or automatically. And additional features for the upcoming greenhouse is the energy conservation. So we have installed solar energy power for the consumption of energy. So this is the sensors equipment at the greenhouse. So we have the meteorology weather station. So it is a compact station, weather station. So it sensors or it reads the amount of rainfall, illumination or the sunlight, and humidity, outside humidity, temperature, and wind speed. So these parameters for weathers can be used for the research, the effects on the crops, etc. And also, I'm not sure if this weather station is calibrated, so it can be another form of research if it's truly a good weather station, or if the data is accurate according to what the weather around that greenhouse. So hindi pa po namin nakakalibrate, or hindi pa po sure talaga kung legit po ba yung binibigay na data nitong weather station. So for inside the greenhouse, we have indoor weather sensor for humidity and temperature. So it logs for the humidity and temperature. So the data is every minute. So they read humidity and temperature every minute of the day. So we can truly analyze what is the temperature and humidity inside the greenhouse. And for aquaponics, we have the water quality sensors probe. So we have for oxygen, pH, temperature, ammonia, oxidation reduction potential. So these parameters is used to identify if the water is applicable to the fish grown, okay? Kung hindi na po ba nakakamatay yung environment para sa isda, and kung okay din ba siya gamitin as nutrients in the crops. So for another greenhouse, so we also have the indoor weather sensor. So we have for temperature and humidity. So the data gathered from the weather station is also applicable to the new constructed greenhouse. So parang mag-share lang po sila ng data para ilagay dun sa panel niya. So we have this monitoring system. We have the online and the actual monitoring system. So in this picture, so it is the inside the greenhouse. So you can see what is the temperature inside the greenhouse, the humidity. Also, it has a rainfall outside, what is the illumination, and the water quality on the tank. And this picture is inside the website when you can see what is the data logs here at the website. So another is for monitoring the solar energy system. So here at the new greenhouse, we can see how much kilowatts is generated and how much is the percentage consumed, and it can be switched off, on and off, if the solar panels generate low energy, so it will be automatically switched to our main line or to the Ciriaco line. So it also has a CCTV system. So for controls, we have a manual control panels. So it controls a wrench or the curtains, the exhaust fan, the skylight, and the pumps. So it can be done if internet is not available. So we can manually open the curtains or the exhaust fan if you feel hot inside the greenhouse. So you can open the exhaust fan and the skylight. And if you starting the operation, so you can on and off the pumps. But it also, on the other greenhouse, it has also a manual control panel for wrench, exhaust fan, skylight, and pumps because it's the same greenhouse. And it can also be digital control. So inside this website, you can control the operation of the wrench, exhaust fan, skylight, and pumps. So you can add a parameters. So if you want the temperature inside the greenhouse is 30, and if it's above 30, the readings of the temperature, it will automatically open the exhaust fan or the skylight, etc. So it can be controlled digitally. So here is the equipment inside the greenhouse. The one is exhaust fan. So again, if it's really hot inside, if it's not digital, it's not automatic, so you will switch on the exhaust fan and it will open. And the skylight. Skylight is on the roof, so if it's really hot, so it can be open also to reduce the temperature. So it is about 1 meter. So it will up and down. It will be down if it has a sense of rain. And the roll-ups or the wedge. So it also can be it can be sensed if the weather station sends the amount of rainfall, so it will be automatically down. And if the temperature is about 28 or higher, so it will be open. So on the additional greenhouse, we have the fogger system or the fogger sprayer. So this is to control the temperature and humidity of inside the greenhouse. So meron na po tayong fogger system sa susunod na greenhouse. So this is only to reduce the temperature and the humidity, not for irrigation. And on the other greenhouse, we have the precision drip irrigation. So it is the injector type. So it has four injector. So we can identify how much the volume we need to irrigate on that specific bucket for the consumption of the plants, and it can also be scheduled. Let's say from 7 to 7:05, it will be open. So the amount of fertilizer or nutrients is about 2 ml, just like that. So it is a precise irrigation. So it can be scheduled and identify the amount of volume you need to irrigate. And also a solar panel. So it is a 6 kilowatts solar panel. So here at the CBSUA, we have the system. We have this hydroponic system. So it is a soilless production, or it is used only in nutrients, formulated nutrients, to grow crops. So we tested only the lettuce because it is a short-term crop, and also a aquaponic system. So upcoming is the drip irrigation system for high-value crops like tomatoes, pepper, and melons, etc. So that would be all for the greenhouse. Thank you so much. And I will present also the research identified to be conducted given our present technologies. So this is the researchable areas or ideas that we gathered both in College of Engineering and Food Science and the College of Agricultural and Natural Resources. So first is to testing the capacity of the greenhouse to grow seasonal crops. So we can research, so how much is the capacity of the greenhouse to grow a seasonal crops. Let's say for tomatoes, tomatoes grown in summer. So how can we produce that during rainy season? So can the greenhouse grow a good quality of tomatoes, melon, and pepper? So also is to design and analysis of microclimate control system inside the greenhouse and its effect on the crops. So we can design a microclimate control even though it is existing, it also has existing sensors, but during our analysis, it is not enough that we only have one sensors all throughout the greenhouse. So we need to distribute a sensors all throughout the greenhouse to really know what is the climate or weather inside the greenhouse. So we can analyze the effects of this microclimate to crops, to the yield of crops. So it can be both for the College of Engineering and the College of Natural, to CANAR and to the CEPS. So we can also be designing a pollinator for fruit-bearing crops. So one of the most crucial part in this controlled environment, because it cannot be pollinated by the bees or etc. So we need to design a pollinator so it can be pollinated the flower. So it can be a fruit. Also, a computer vision system for detecting pests, diseases, redness, and food, and stress. So, we can also do a computer vision system na it can be detect the pest inside the greenhouse. So, kung tayo po yung pupunta sa greenhouse, so hindi siya visible sa the eyes. So, we need to program a computer that it can be detect kung meron na bang peste and diseases yung plants. Let's say, yung tomatoes natin or yung lettuce has a disease, so it can be, siya na yung magsasabi sa'yo kung ano yung klaseng peste na meron and disease na meron yung plants. And also the ripeness of the fruit and the stress. If it's nutrient stress, may deficient ba sa nutrients niya, ito na yung nagiging result, nag-yellowish na siya, etc. So we can have a computer vision system just like on the picture. Also, a design nutrients determination system. So, we don't know if the nutrients we applied is enough for the crops. So, we need to identify how much the nutrients they needed, okay, or how much the nutrients inside the media. So, baka po kasi na-flush lang yung nutrients and hindi nakukuha yung plants. And also, a crop growth modeling for an estimate of information such as growth, development of the various parts of plants, photosynthesis, evaporation, and water nutrients intake. So, we can do a modeling given the data from the sensors and the crops. So, we can identify the growth development kung mas preferably po ba ng plants na sa gantong stage, ganito yung temperature niya, ganito yung dapat na nutrients intake niya, etc. So we can have a crop growth modeling. Also, the effects of scheduled irrigation on the yield of crops. So we can identify the best scheduled on how to irrigate. Baka po kasi irrigate lang tayo ng irrigate na hindi naman na nakukonsume ng plants. So we can identify the effects of scheduled irrigation on the best yield of the crops. Also, the effect of net shade on the crop and temperature and humidity. So, in our existing greenhouse, we don't have a net shade. So, it is be a proposal to add a net shade to lessen the temperature inside and the humidity that is best for the crops. And also, design a net shade system. So we can also automate the net shade system. So once the temperature reach or the time, we can open the net shade. So if the time is already 4 p.m., so it can be closed, or the temperature is low, or the illumination is low, so we can close the net shade system. So we have a weather parameters to control this net shade system. Also, we can formulate our own nutrients for different crops in soilless production. So we can identify, meron na tayong available nutrients in the market. So what can we do is to make our own brand that is good for that specific crops or multi-crop. Also, the application of organic fertilizer in hydroponics, aquaponics, and drip irrigation. So we all know that hydroponics and aquaponics is not organic farming. So can we try a organic fertilizer to apply in that specific system, so we can produce a organic crops inside the greenhouse? So it can add more value to the crops. And determine the optimum growth of the crop in a controlled environment. So let's see po kung hanggang saan kayang ilaki or i-growth ng isang crop inside the controlled environment. Kung nabibigay po natin yung tamang environment for the crops, so it can be grown in optimal. So let's say for example, in tomatoes. So kung nabibigay po natin sa tomatoes yung tamang environment needed niya and nutrients, so kahit po siya ganito lang, pero sobrang bigat. So it can add in total outcome. And identify the most suitable combination of fish and crops to grow in aquaponics. So let's identify po kung ano ba yung best match talaga in aquaponics. Kung lettuce or tilapia ba, or pwede ba siya ng ibang fish, or yung fish sa ibang crops. And evaluate the performance of types of media used in production. So we all know we have different types of media in soilless production. So what is the best media used in that particular crops? Baka po kasi yung lettuce is mag-grow siya mas madali sa coco peat or etc. So let's evaluate the performance of the media. So that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Claveria. Perhaps we can also accommodate the questions via Zoom, because a while ago I probably saw someone asking about our greenhouse here in the university. Can we cater to these questions? in the meeting?
Hi, this is Sanjay. I think Professor Vlad already confirmed that some of these exist in the greenhouse. This was a question from Sanjay from SmartHub.AI.
Miss Claveria will. That was already answered. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you so much. So probably we can now proceed. Once again, thank you so much, Engineer Claveria and to Professor Enano for your initiative. Once again, let's give them a round of applause, please. So at this juncture, to introduce our speakers for the orientation on facilities for digital agriculture research program, we have with us today, once again, our Director of the Digital Agriculture and Innovation Center, Dr. Vladimir Furunda. A round of applause, please.
Okay, we are now entering the second segment of our gathering. This is to orient us on the different tools. We'll have two sets of speakers. I will introduce for the first leg 2 speakers, and later on maybe the second set of speakers. To orient us on the tools, our first speaker for this segment is a Filipino. Okay, currently the Vice President of Odelco Philippines. Odelco is the company involved in bringing in technical and scientific solutions in a variety of fields to a variety of clients in both public and private sector in the country. And this includes scientific devices, hardware developed by ICT International Australia. With ICT International, its company is helping build the market for smart agriculture solutions in the Philippines. Both the first speaker and the second speaker are mobilized speakers of SmartHub.AI. So the second speaker is also a Filipino, residing in Australia. Okay. And he finished his PhD, doctoral degree in soils and land systems in 2012 from University of Adelaide. I suppose he finished his bachelor's degree in the Philippines in University of the Philippines. A very close friend of Dr. Aris and his brothers. He spent 15 years in the academy prior to the ICT International in 2015. A DOST Balik scientist at Bohol Island State University in 2019. Yeah, I remember we had a presentation of a Balik scientist 2 or 3 weeks ago. Okay, so the guy below is the second speaker. At ICT International, Beng integrates his knowledge in soil, plant, and environmental science in delivering science and technology-based solutions to help ensure sustainable agricultural productivity and environment. He collaborates with scientists, farmers, and technicians in the United States, Europe, Australia, Vietnam, Indonesia, and in the Philippines, in the fields of plant, water use, and other areas. Their group were able to collaborate with several state universities and colleges in the Philippines and installed some scientific probes and sophisticated devices, particularly in Bataan Peninsula State U. For field systems and for laboratory systems, they have Central Luzon State University. Again, both of these two guys were mobilized and part of a project of SmartHub.AI through the leadership of LDLA. Okay, please welcome the one I introduced earlier, Sito, and in the Philippines, so he's speaking direct from Manila. And the other one, Dr. Ben O'Malley, direct from Australia. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Sito, Doc Ben, take your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Upload ko lang po yung presentation namin. It seems medyo malaki ata yung presentation file ko po. I will try to share my screen instead.
Yes, sir. You may present your slides. I got it. I got it. Here.
Can everyone see my presentation?
Not yet.
I can see Zito.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can see it.
Okay, so I'll get started. I'll be speaking on behalf of myself and Ben. Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much, CBSUA and Dr. Vladimir for inviting us to participate in this event. Thank you also to Smart Hub and LLDA for bringing us on. We're looking forward to helping advance the smart agricultural initiatives of CBSUA. But before I proceed further, let me just introduce our companies. Actually, our company, my company is called Odelco, and we are the local representative of ICT International, which is the company of Dr. O'Malley based in Australia. So we are playing an active role in bringing in these sensors for this project. So what I'll be presenting now is an idea of the different types of sensors that we will be bringing in, we will be delivering to the campus and setting up, hopefully by before, as Dr. Peronda mentioned earlier, hopefully before the holidays or in January. So with that, I will proceed. Yeah. So I think it's important first to give you a background on ICT International, the manufacturer of these sensors. So this company was started in 1982 with the objective of providing agricultural monitoring solutions focused on plant use and soil moisture management. Okay, but then in 2006 they realized that uh, maybe these solutions were not really sufficient for the needs of the current set of scientists in Australia. So in 2006 they embarked on a 10-year R&D program wherein they were able to develop two flagship sensors. So one is the digital sap flow meter, which will be delivered to CBSUA soon, and also the digital stem psychrometer. And of course, this is along with the IoT monitoring solutions, which enable anyone, any customer to access their data and view it online at any time. So one of the key principles of ICT International, actually the key principles behind the sensors is basically monitoring and measuring water use. So that's why we have here a statement that says more efficient water use in agriculture and the environment is always the focus. So what this means is we want to keep track, we want to focus on tracking the water use of the plants or the crops or whatever crop we are studying. So that's why the science behind the sensors is something that I think most of you, or maybe the plant scientists in CBSUA and Dr. Fronder are already familiar with, which is called the soil plant atmosphere continuum. Now, as we know, This topic is a bit complex. So I won't really be going into the details of this. But basically, why I want to show you this is to let you know that the sensors basically monitor and measure the water flow in the plant. Because as we know, water is an extremely important component in photosynthesis in plant growth. And in looking at the water usage of the plant, we can determine a lot of information. We can tell how healthy the plant is. We can tell what the plant needs. We can tell when to irrigate the plant, which I think is something that was discussed in the previous presentation of Engineer Claveria. So now I go to something we call SNPs, which is basically means sensor node IoT packages. The reason why I want to show you all this is because this is primarily what we will be delivering to CBSUA. Basically, the SNPs or the sensor node IoT package is the backbone, the basic backbone of every sensor station that will be set up in CBSUA. So with a SNP, we can basically connect several sensors. We can connect an IoT node that basically transmits the data wirelessly, and we can also connect the power supply. So just to make it very simple, very plug and play, the SNPs will do that to make everything very simple. So we can just plug and play every sensor, every component to the SNP. So we have several SNPs for, as you can see here, soil monitoring. We have SNPs for plant monitoring, urban and industrial monitoring SNPs, hydrology monitoring SNPs, and also meteorological SNPs. So what we have for CBSUA, what will be arriving would be SNPs for soil monitoring, SNPs for plant monitoring, and meteorological sa mga weather stations po ito. So here are just examples of SNPs and what it looks like. So basically, as I said earlier, this is the kind of a backbone of the entire station. So as you can see here, we have a station meant for soil moisture. So the probes are connected to the IoT node over here, and the IoT node is connected to the power source. So this is the setup that will appear in CBSUA. So we have several soil sensing SNPs. So we have soil moisture. We can also measure water potential, temperature and heat flux, soil oxygen, soil drainage. So this is just to give you an idea of what the setup will look like. But of course, for CBSUA, we have specific kind of sensors that will be set up. So it's not, hindi po siya necessary lahat to. So here are some examples of plant sensing SNPs. So we have sap flow, dendrometry, frost and leaf wetness, canopy temperature, vegetation indices, and light. Okay, just to give you an idea. And for the meteorological portion, we have weather stations, microclimate, rainfall, light, air quality. Okay. Now, in this slide, I want to show you the basic procedure in how the sensors will send their data to the cloud. So first we start with the base level, which is just the sensors. Now our sensors, with the use of what we call an IoT node, are able to wirelessly send the data to a cloud platform. Okay, that's where the data is stored. Now, the data can be sent through a variety of ways. It can be sent through LTE, through LoRaWAN, through Wi-Fi, through Cat-M1, many ways. So once the data is sent from the sensors to the cloud platform where it is stored, this data can then be extracted to whatever cloud application the end user has. So in this case, it would be SmartHub's platform. Now, in these platforms, this is where we can basically visualize and interpret the data on our own. So this is open-ended and flexible. So whatever platform the customer has, they can use that platform to interpret and visualize the data. So here is again another example of how the setup in CBSUA might look like. So as you can see here, we installed a SNP for oil palm irrigation monitoring. So here's the crop. And we have two SNPs. We have one weather station SNP to take care of the microclimate, and the other to handle the soil moisture probes and the air temperature. And as you can see on the tree, we have a sap flow meter, which I will go into detail in later on. So here is how the setup in CBSUA might end up looking like. So now I will go into some detail into which items will be deployed in CBSUA. So here's a list of incoming devices. Of course, I made this very basic. So we have a fixed devices, which consist of a sap flow meter. We have a dendrometry station. We have a crop water index station, soil moisture monitoring station, a weather station, and of course, we can't forget the LoRaWAN gateway and nodes over here. So these are fixed devices. So if you look to the image on the right, this is how the setup will probably also look like. We have a sap flow meter that's connected to the tree, also a dendrometer to determine the stem diameter, and we have a soil moisture SNP over here with the LoRaWAN node and the power source. And of course, all this information will be transmitted to SmartHub server. Okay. On the right column, you will see here the mobile devices that we will also be delivering. When I say mobile, it means that they're primarily handheld devices, which can be used in any site in CBSUA. I know you have Dr. Veronda showed us several sites which have several different crops. These mobile devices can be used in those crops also. So we have a handheld photosynthesis machine, a laser leaf area meter, a plant canopy imager, and a soil moisture sensor kit. Okay. So in detail, here are the devices that we will be delivered. And here's the quantity of each. So I think what's important to remember here, I mean, it looks like a very long list, but what we should remember is that CBSUA will be receiving 6 sap flow meters, 6 dendrometry monitoring stations, 6 crop water index stations. These are the main sensors that will be used in research. I will send you, these slides will of course be sent to you later, so you can take a look at this list later on if you wish. Okay, so the reason why I want to talk about this particular sensor is because this is probably the most important sensor and also the flagship sensor of ICT International. It's called the sap flow meter, or the SFM1X. The reason why this sensor is key is because it particularly monitors the plant's water use, and in turn, with that information, you can get an idea of the health of the plant. Okay. This sensor can also act as a standalone data logger, meaning you can simply extract the data from here via SD card if you wish, or it can independently connect to an IoT network also. So that's why the sensor is pretty important for CBSUA. Yeah. So hopefully we can install the sensor on the chosen crop of the team of Dr. Veronda soon. So just to give you an idea of how sensors, particularly the sap flow meter, is installed on a tree. First, we collect information about the sapwood. We determine the correct layer of the trunk. Sorry, correct layer of the sapwood to install the sensor, and then we have to drill several holes, 3 holes in the sensor to install the what we call needles, the sensory needles of this device. So once we drill those holes, we can then attach the device. and then hook up the power supply. And this information is from, as you can see here, a joint project between these universities. Okay, so another sensor that we will also be providing is the integrated dendrometry monitoring station, which, as the plant scientists know, basically monitors the stem diameter or swelling and shrinkage of the stems of the crop. Okay, so of course this sensor goes hand in hand with the sap flow meter, because with the plant's water use, with the data of the plant's water use, we can also determine the swelling and shrinkage of the stems. And of course, we have a soil moisture monitoring station that goes in the ground, as you can see here. This is pretty much self-explanatory. And we have a weather station also, which will provide information: humidity, wind speed, temperature, solar radiation, and rainfall. I think we have three of these that will be delivered. So we're still discussing for all these sensors, all these SNPs. We are still in discussion with Dr. Foronda's team where we will install these stations. So just to give you an idea of what we call an IoT node, okay, or the MFR node, this particular device, this node is a very important component of the SNP system, or the stations that we will be setting up. Why? Because it's in charge of basically sending the data to the cloud platform. For this particular project, we have chosen to go with LoRaWAN as the connectivity option. Okay, and this node is basically the communication backbone of all the sensors. We can attach up to 4 sensors. We can also, in terms of power supply, we are also very flexible. We can use a lithium-ion battery. We can use an external 1224-volt battery, and also a solar panel. Okay, and we also have an SD card for additional storage if needed. The enclosure is IP65 rated, which means that we can install this node in any condition. So ICT, I believe, has installed this node in very cold areas, very hot places, all over the world. So that's one of the defining features, I think, of the system. And aside from the fixed devices, as I mentioned earlier, we will also be delivering handheld instrumentation from one of ICT's key partners called CID Biosciences. We have a photosynthesis system, we have a laser leaf area meter, and a plant canopy imager. These instruments can be used in all the sites that we inspected in CBSUA, and I think they would also be especially useful in the greenhouse where the different crops are available, or maybe the organic gardens. So to give you another idea, as Dr. Foronda mentioned earlier, we have already installed one of these similar systems in Bataan Peninsula State University. They have some sap flow meters and also dendrometry monitoring stations here, powered by a solar panel. So they've used this information is helping them with their research on Philippine mango. And I think this is one of the first projects that we did here in the Philippines. So here's an example of the data that can be viewed online on whatever platform you choose. In this case, it will be SmartHub's platform. So it may look a lot different than this, but basically online you can see data on air temperature, relative humidity, wind direction, wind speed, solar radiation. And if you scroll down on this page, which I do not have space for, you can also look at data from all the other sensors. But SmartHub will be taking control of this part of the project. But just to give you an idea, this is how it might look like. So now I will go into just quickly on the other possible devices that we can install in the future, or as Dr. Fronto said earlier, phase 2 of the program. So here's a list of proposed devices. First of all, we'd like to propose additional sap flow meters, dendrometry monitoring stations, and soil moisture monitoring stations to increase the number of data that can be retrieved. Because as we know, the more data that we have, the better our research, the more backed up it is. Another reason why we are proposing more of these sensors is when we went to visit the sites in CBSUA, we noticed that there are a lot of crops also that that CBSUA would like to investigate. So I think with more sensors, we could have a better shot at studying different kinds of crops. Okay. So aside from these basic sensors, we'd also like to propose more handheld devices. Again, this is because we saw that there are so many crops that the team at CBSUA would like to investigate. So maybe more handheld devices would be helpful in that regard. Would also be interesting to add stem psychrometers to provide information on water potential of the plants. Okay. Next, something that was also discussed during our last visit, and which also may be an interesting expansion, would be to add water quality monitoring stations for the fisheries component of CBSUA, as was discussed earlier. I will get into more detail about this in a while. Okay, so just to give you an example of what's been happening in Australia, particularly in New South Wales DPI Research Station. So what they did here was they installed and expanded their LoRaWAN networks across the research stations, and at the same time they also bolstered their sensor capability. So now all the research stations here, with sensors installed in every station, of course, can share their data. Okay. And all their data is viewable on one central online dashboard, which was made through their own network provider, which I think was not disclosed in this project. If you have any questions about this, we can ask Dr. O'Malley later. Another thing that, before I proceed with this, another thing that I failed to mention earlier was what we can do with the information we get from the sap flow sensors. And these sensors is, as I said, track the plant's water use. Now, what this does, it helps us make decisions better. It helps us make more sustainable decisions. It helps us mainly determine when to schedule irrigation, okay, as was discussed in the previous presentation with Engineer Claveria. So with these sensors, it will help give us a better idea on when to irrigate the crops. So here's an example in an almond orchard in New South Wales, which initially purchased 30 sap flow meters, 30 psychrometers, four dendrometry stations, and heat flux devices, 6 heat flux devices. Okay. And pretty soon they will be adding an IoT system to this orchard to help them visualize and interpret their data online. So I think this would be something useful for CBSUA. Maybe we can implement this with a Pili tree, because we noticed that there's a certain area in CBSUA which is full of Pili trees. So maybe something like this would be useful in the future. Now, lastly, with regards to water quality, I know that this might be a key pillar for CBSUA in terms of fisheries. So we also propose water quality stations or water quality SNPs or sensors in the campus. So here is an example of a project that was done between the University of Technology of Sydney and the New South Wales Food Authority. Okay, so water quality stations were set up in 12 New South Wales oyster producing estuaries. Okay, so the data that was provided by the water quality stations was data on salinity, water level, temperature, so yeah, and also rainfall, as you can see here. Now, what this data did for the oyster producing estuaries is it gave them an idea of when to stop the harvest due to possible pathogen risk, or it gave them an idea when to continue with the harvest. Because as you can see here, it says any significant change to water quality will prompt an immediate review of pathogen risk by regular authorities. So if the water quality reaches a certain point wherein maybe the salinity or the temperature is too high or too low, they would then use this information to either stop the harvest so they can fix that problem or continue in the harvest. Okay, so that's something that we also envision for CBSUA, this type of system. And there, that is the end of my presentation. Is there any questions? So I hope everything was clear for everyone. Please let me know. Let me and Dr. O'Malley know if you have any questions that we can answer.
Uh, Hello, Doc Ben. Do you have any additional information, Doc Ben?
Sure, of course. um, just wanted to add. Well, thanks for that, Sito. It was really good. So, just as a backgrounder as well, your sensors will be more or less like categorized into two sections, if you like. So, there's one that's going into your precision ag capabilities, but there's also sensors or products that will be used for field lab investigation. So, sorry, I can hear my echo. That's why I'm slowing down. So, for the field lab, instruments that you can use as a mobile device, say, for example, the canopy imager, the leaf area meter, plus the photosynthesis machine, are things that you can use for various applications. So, say, for example, you're investigating a forest or you're investigating an urban environment, um, which which focuses on, say, for example, how the trees are behaving in those environments. Then these are the instruments that you can use. You can bring them out to the field, wherever your field may be, and then take some measurements. So the photosynthesis machine is a machine that you can use to measure the amount or the rate by which the plants take up carbon dioxide and emits oxygen. So you're probably familiar with how photosynthesis works. So the machine allows you to measure rate of photosynthesis of various plant species. For the canopy imager, it has a hemispherical camera. I bring it out in the field. You take an image of your canopy, and then it automatically provides you um, different parameters like leaf area index, the angle of your leaves, and the incidence of light. So, very powerful parameters that you can use and investigate or interrogate an ecosystem. So, those are some of the or a couple of instruments that you can use out in the field. Um, for field investigation. For the smart ag, um, you they're uh, they are labeled as fixed, but you can move them from one station to another, for example. But of course, when you're doing investigation, you want to do time series investigation. So as your plants grow, you want to measure, for example, the stem increment size, or its water use as, say, for example, as it grows. So from young stage to mature stage, or from, say, for example, if you're talking about pili trees, from flowering to, say, for example, when the pili nut is ready to harvest. So you want to have an idea of of uh, uh, the water requirements, as well as whether or not there's a need for you to irrigate your production areas. So in one of Cito's example, wherein we used cephalometer and the dendrometer on mango trees in a farm in Bataan, the main focus of that experiment is uh, to identify whether uh, the amount of irrigation that they are planning to apply to that particular orchard would be enough, or they need to increase it by, say, 50% or by another 100%. Um, so it's never been done before. The main reason for doing that is because of climate change. A lot of farmers, or a lot of growers, and in fact, the Department of Agriculture is pushing for irrigated crop technologies. And so being able to understand how much water the trees require for a particular period of time is important. And that's where the technology will be helpful. So I hope uh, it will become um, uh, a, a strategy for CBSUA to look into different crops and also determine water use requirements of your crops. Um, what else should I add? I think that's all for me, unless you have other questions.
Ramdin, any question? Ah, okay. Wala na ibang tanong? Si Ma'am Lea, kanina pa may tanong si Ma'am Lea. Papalakpakan ka namin, sige. Hello? Okay na, sige. Doc O'Malley, I have some curious question about your
Sure.
sub sub meter,
Mhm.
or even the dendro. The dendro, the sub meter will be installed in sa tree for quite some time, maybe in a year or several years. Am I right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh. Then, depending on the research, intention. How about the dendro? Can I, can I move it to other crops just to measure the growth of a stem or the trunk?
Yes, sir. You can do that.
So the dendrometer can be, does it stay there for how many hours or day just to measure the size of the trunk?
Depending on the time that you're measuring it. So if you've started to measure it at the young stage and your tree is still growing, then you might want to look at how fast it grows during the whole growing season. So, say for example, you're talking about I don't know how long a pili tree grows and how soon it will flower, for example, uh,
Okay.
after transplantation. Then, uh, depending on that rate, you may want to continue monitoring uh, the diameter as it grows. Or say, for example, if you want to um, just have a look at uh, the diurnal fluctuations of stem diameter in relation to uh, the amount of water that's available for the plant, then you can look at, say, for example, a week, uh, a weekly measurement.
Hello, good morning, Doc Umali.
Good
So I have
morning,
a
po.
question regarding the flow meter. It was
Mhm,
already stated by Dr. Foronda regarding the pili trees. So
mhm.
pili trees believe that the resin duct is found on the leaves. So can we measure the tree canopy in relation to the flow of sap on the trunk of the trees? Sap flow. So we would like to see that if the bigger the canopy, could it still produce the higher number of sap, or it could generate a higher quantity of sap? Can we do that by using that sensor?
Yes, ma'am. So, also just to clarify, the instrument, although it's called sapflometer, the sapflow or sap in the sapflometer refers to the amount of water that's moving in the xylem tissue. Usually, we refer to as sap in the Philippines as the white sticky material. So that's in other scientific terms latex. But in our instruments, or for the instruments that you're going to use, the sapflometer will measure the velocity of water that's moving in the xylem tissue. So if in that context, the the denser the canopy, you can expect that the sap velocity would be higher. And if you are comparing a tree with a less dense canopy, you can expect that the sap velocity is lower. So that's just a quick, I guess, characterization of what you can do with the instrument. But essentially, uh, with your question and with that context in mind, you can look at, say, for example, canopy management in relation to water usage of your pili tree.
Also, we would like to measure also the photosynthetically active radiation. So say, for
Yes.
example, pili trees that's grown under the coconut plantation, so would it receive
Mm.
same amount of photosynthesis like that?
Yes. So with your canopy imager, it has a 12. I think the arm has got a 12 PAR sensor, and it tells you the amount of photosynthetically active radiation in photon energy. Um, we, uh, if this question had arose previous to the delivery of the instrument, we would have also included, say, for example, the PAR sensor. But the weather station that you've got, I think, has got a pyranometer, so it tells you the total solar radiation. But in the future, you can consider looking at PAR sensor only, because it's the PAR is narrower than the full spectrum. So that's a possibility. So you can simply add a node and then add a sensor, and then that would give you the amount of photosynthetically active radiation available for your plant, as well as the PAR that's being filtered by the canopy.
Another, sir, when it comes to the soil sensor, could
Mhm.
it could all, it, uh, let me rephrase my question. Can still,
Sige, ma'am.
can it still be used in measuring, say, for example, the amount of ammonium ions coming from the decomposing vegetation? Like in
Unfortunately,
terms,
yeah, unfortunately, it won't be able to measure any salts. It can only measure or detect the available moisture in volumetric soil water percentages, um, but you can certainly look at other sensors. But I would discourage you to go down that path because any soil sensors that claims to measure ions in the soil is still in the early days of development. In fact, we've been exploring a lot of technologies here in Australia and abroad to look at sensors, but it's a bit tricky at this point in time. There's no stable sensors that we can find in the market that we can sell to to customers, such as, for example, CBSUA. So it's still wet chemical process at this point in time.
So I am interested in that, sir, because we have this aquaponics set up. So probably it could be in terms of water quality, not only from those decomposing vegetation. So I think that is very useful, especially in aquaponics.
Yes, for aquaponics, we have uh, water quality sensors as well. Uh, but for nitrogen content, it's still a little bit tricky. Uh, so, yeah, only sensors that can measure dissolved oxygen, temperature. Um, what else can be measured? I think those are the two main. pH is another parameter, but other than that, other sensors are still in development at this point in time.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Alan, maybe you have a question in relation to your Gabi project?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
So, may I ask if that sensor can be applied to various diseases of plants in the Philippines, particularly in the Philippines?
Okay. Are you pathologist, sir?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So you can only infer plant health using the sap flow meter, for example, and the stem cycrometer. Because, say, for example, your pathogen is attacking your plant and it's drawing moisture, basically effectively drying your plant, then you can look at inferring water usage and plant water status in relation to the pathogen. In fact, a lot of scientists are also using our instruments in that field. So we have scientists from Australia National University, scientists from University of British Columbia, who are using our sensors in relation to, say, for example, insect herbivory. So they look at how the plants respond by measuring plant water uptake and plant water status using the psychrometer um, after they've introduced, say, for example, a certain pathogen or a certain insect to a certain crop. So not directly, but definitely you can use our instrument for plant health investigation.
And one thing is another sir about the sensor for detecting the oxygen available in lake, particularly after rain. You can Is that possible?
Yes, sir.
So because
Yes. With water
to
quality
prevent the
sensors, you can do
yeah, yeah,
that.
to
Yeah,
prevent the fish kills for a particular fish
correct.
pond or
Yeah,
lake.
yes, correct.
Uh,
So with the oyster example that Sito gave, the main motivation behind that is when there's heavy rainfall from the landmass, it brings with it different pollutants in the waterways, and so one of the and as you're probably aware, um, oysters grow in estuaries, and so the estuaries are the main, I guess, deposit points for the different pollutants of non-point sources. So it's the same application. So if you monitor oxygen level within these areas, you can look at potential fish kills brought about by, say, for example, intrusion from high nutrient source or from different pollutants.
okay, okay, thank you for. How about it can be applied in also in red tide or in for red tide
So if
infestation
Um,
or
I believe if you're monitoring for, say, for example, I can't remember now how red tide works,
hindi
but
kaya.
if it's at, I think the precursor to red tide would be anoxic condition, and then increased level of a certain uh, toxic pathogen. So you could also infer that using our sensors. Um, in relation to, I would also like to add, in relation to plant diseases, you can also use the canopy imager to look at, say, for example, and the leaf area meter, for example, to measure what happens to the leaves as affected by, say, for example, insect herbivory or a certain necrotic condition brought about by different pathogens. So you might be also interested. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Okay, maybe that's the last question, Ben. Doc
Okay,
Ben.
sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. But except there is a question here about effective connectivity range of the devices. Um, uh, how far can it transmit data from the IoT device to the IoT receiving device? Do we have an
Okay.
idea of it?
So we have test examples here in Australia, but the condition there in the Philippines is slightly different. So with uh, when I say different, I'm mainly referring to the amount of humidity in the air. So one of the, I guess, attenuating factor for transmission is humidity. So here in Australia, we found a range of up to 20 kilometers. So it remains to be seen how far it can go in the Philippines. But we're looking at a range of about 2 kilometers. So that's the effective range at a humidity of about 80%.
Thank you, Doc Mali. That's all the question we have here. Situ and Doc Ben. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, allow me to thank you very much, participants. Allow me to introduce to you our last speaker for this segment. Okay, he will be dealing with us direct from Seattle, USA. Our next speaker is the co-founder of the company, SmartHub.AI, and heads the revenue and channels for the SmartHub.AI. SmartHub.AI is one of the premier companies in software and platform development in the world. The company intensively utilizes artificial intelligence in programmable edge layer that brings in operability between edge system, point application, IoT hardware, and also addressing zero trust security for the edge. So looking at those functionality, you are almost thinking of impossibility. But the expertise of this company, the human capital of this company, simplified the management and operation of this very complex, almost near to impossibility, considering the millions of devices, variants of OS, protocols, applications, and devices, and vendors as well. Okay. For CBSUA project, okay, which SmartHub.AI is the lead in partnership with LDLA, our next speaker serves as the point of contact, okay, from the project management office perspective, along with Mr. Nithin, who is currently connected with us in Bangalore, India. Okay. He's also witnessing this activity. Both Mr. Nithin and our speaker, Sanjay, was here the other week, and they were able to meet the president. Prior to SmartHub.AI, our speaker was the president of a large analytics company, CloudMoyo. Maybe our IT group here is familiar of CloudMoyo. CloudMoyo evolved from India. Okay. Also, before CloudMoyo, he was the CEO and founder of Ayate, a M&A company focused on IT sector. His extensive experience being leading global sales, launching transformational solution in the market, and a senior leadership role of companies like Symphony, Telica, acquired now by Harman and then Samsung. He was also involved in Microsoft and Infosys. He has been an advisor of several companies and on board for companies like iLink Digital in USA. My dear colleagues in research, I am now very excited to present to you our new coach, our primary partner in this project, of course a new friend for me on digital agriculture. Without so much ado, our next discussant will be speaking with us directly from Seattle, USA, to discuss the robust software. They call it Infer. Okay, please welcome Mr. Sanjay Rajashikar. A round of applause, please. Good morning, Sanjay.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. So I'm going to talk briefly about who we are as a company and also how we are piecing together from a software perspective, the knowledge, the sensors, the hardware from ICT, how we are going to be working with the Dell, how this whole solution is going to come together. So it's more of an overview. Some of this work is still in play, but it'll give you a sense of what our platform is capable of and how it is used in several of the Fortune companies. So we are, as we mentioned, when we visited the campus and when we spent time with you and some of the faculty members, we are a spin-off from a Fortune 40 company called VMware. And this product was primarily designed to work at what is called as the edge environment. And in a very simplistic term, edge environment is the environment where data is produced and consumed, and things like IoT is a classic example of edge environment. Um, so over a period of few years, this was developed with a huge team, and then we spun off as a separate company. And within a short time, SmartHub.AI has been able to get Fortune customers as some of our customers. We even were nominated as the finalist for the Edge Startup of the Year award worldwide. And specifically, this platform is designed for the edge, AI, and ML workloads. It's a very powerful enterprise grade tool or a software platform on which various experiences, various vertical domain knowledge could be built. For example, we use this platform at CBSUA to power the management, the telemetry data, talking to the ICT sensors and devices, visualizing that data, and then doing all sorts of analytics and presenting that in an application or a mobile application. Now, the power of this platform is today we might decide, and we are going to use it in the smart agriculture and orchards. But tomorrow, the same platform could be used to talk to other IoT devices, let's say your campus management, your classrooms, your AV audio video devices, or your CCTV cameras. Anything that goes in a campus, your mobility, for example, in some of the US campuses, you have mobile scooters, you have mobile charging stations. So think of any IoT device, any on run using any of the IoT protocol. This single platform could be used in various scenarios to collect data, to talk to those devices, manage them, build automation, and do a lot of analytics from that edge environment. And we have been pretty much disrupting the market today because the platform is very plug and play, can be deployed within a matter of few days. Classically, an IoT kind of deployment, which is enterprise grade, takes anywhere from 12 months to 18 months. We have reduced it to very, very quick turnaround times. Some of the key companies, as you can see, and this is coming out of stealth, within a year, we have companies like Goldman Sachs, we have Microsoft, which are where we are working in deploying it for their new generation of campuses. Of course, CBSUA is there. We were also talking with Mindanao State University. So a lot of these customers are using us in various different verticals. So think of our platform as a Swiss knife, which could be used for whether it's facilities, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's smart agriculture. So this underlying technology allows us to adopt to various different domains. And in this case, for CBSUA, we have teamed up with ICT, where the bulk of knowledge, as you saw from Dr. Ben and Sito, the knowledge on the sensors, the knowledge on agricultural applications will come from them. But the power technology, we'll be using it to power this, and later on in phase 2, whether it's aquaponics or aquaculture and other applications, the same platform could be used. For this current scope, we are focused more on the agriculture. Farming is not included in this, but that's something that we are discussing as some future potential. At a high level, what you can expect us to be delivering over a period of time is the set of IoT devices and sensors, which Dr. Ben walked through very clearly. So that will be part of the overall solution. And then we will have the Infer platform. We call it the Infer in SmartHub.AI, which will have all sorts of analytics and adapters to the sensors, We'll also be doing a lot of AI and ML modules, especially around if we take the telemetry data, if we take the raw measurements of these crops or plants, what are the kind of inferences, what are the kind of correlations, what kind of forecasting, all those analytics. We plan to include that as part of our deliverable. Where do we store this data, right? And even management of these sensors and devices, all of that is part of is included in the software. At the back end, the software obviously would be integrating with things like ticketing system. CBSUA doesn't have a ticketing system today, but in the event that it rolls out some sort of a event management or a ticketing system, then we'll integrate to that. But we can raise alerts, notifications through SMS, email, all of those sort of things that typically a large enterprise companies would do. So we'll have management modules as part of the deliverable in the applications, as well as the orchard management modules, very similar to it. It'll be in the form of either not either. It'll be in the form of a mobile application as well as a web application and administration console. So the visualization, what sort of reports and data you would be seeing, all of that we are gathering as part of the requirements analysis. That's why the visit was there last week with at CBSUA. The whole idea is to support the research, the faculty members, as well as the operations team. There is a lot in this. So while the plant, the smart agriculture modules will be used by the researchers and the students, the operations team or the ICT team would use this platform to secure those devices, to manage it, to update it, and so on and so forth. So multiple audiences within CBSUA will typically tap into this software moving forward to get different data points and insights. End user at a high level, you can expect the software to be able to tell you the uptime, downtime of your IoT devices, sensor health and heartbeat. Then we are working with some of the faculty members to figure out the reports and insights into the key KPIs and environmental factors like soil, humidity, and so on and so forth. We also support a lot of automation against incidents, against anomalies, that what happens if something crosses a threshold, who approves it, what action should be taken. We can do remote diagnostic sweeps and so on and so forth. All of those is going to be part of end user experiences. And then, of course, the management of that infrastructure itself would be part of the platform. And then again, the reports and real-time alerts notifications is going to be part of the deliverable. This is a slight view or under the hood view into all the technologies that go into the software. While it might not make sense in this context, in this conversation, the key takeaway that I want to stress is that today it will be for the farming and orchards. Tomorrow you might want to expand it to aquaculture or other sort of a thing. Within CBSUA, we will be able to talk to those various devices, to those various vendors in different protocols, and then our software can run as a software as a service, or in CBSUA's case, it'll run out of the data center that Dell is putting together as part of the modernization for CBSUA, as part of the digital transformation. So we'll run off of those servers within your campus itself. We'll have data lake coming from where data will come from various different sources, and then we'll be able to do a lot of predictive analytics and maintenance and so on and so forth. Some of these might be too high end for CBSUA at this point, but essentially the platform would be able to support future needs as well as the use cases expand, and as more integrations needs to happen. At a high level, the platform supports out of box intelligent monitoring, fix and control of your endpoints or IoT devices, a lot of edge data management and analytics, and edge AI ML ops. Some of the manufacturing companies use us for real time operational excellence and automation and so on and so forth. So things like those we can support out of the box. The last time we came, we showed what the platform looks like in its current avatar, and how the reports look like. That is being customized for CBSUA for smart agriculture perspective, but you can expect this level of visuals, details, right down to the sensors, right down to the telemetry data, even formulas and inferences, correlations that we can surface as part of the visualization. As I mentioned, we cut across different verticals, but in CBSOA's case, we are focused on the agriculture and so on. This is more on the project plan and who are the key members who are going to be working with you folks. But that in a essence is what I wanted to share about who we are as a company, what we plan to do at CBSUA. We are on track to deliver this by February or so. But even before that, you will start seeing first versions of customized implementation at CBSUA. Questions? I'll take a pause.
Hello? Our engineer, agriculture engineer who handles the new greenhouse would like to ask some questions. Sanjay.
Sure, sir.
Good day, sir.
Hello.
I would like to ask if it is applicable. Here at our greenhouse, we don't have a system on how to predict. Let's say this day we have this data. Let's say for the EC, this is the value. For the pH, this is the value. The amount of nutrients, this is the value. Can we have a predicted data on the other day based on the data we gathered today, so we can have more good EC or pH the next day?
Yes, ma'am. So, in fact, we use it for very complex manufacturing companies where there are so many different parameters. What we would need is historical data. The more data we have, the more machine learning models we can run and train the models so that we can come up with predictions. So, if let's say you don't have, and we discovered that during our visit with CBSUA, there is not many historical data in most of the departments. But if there is, then what we can do is we can start looking at that data, finding correlations, finding patterns which impact certain parameters, if you will. And then we can start drawing inferences to say if the pH level and the moisture and the temperature was on this day, and historically this led to certain changes, certain triggers, then we can start training the model. If you don't have any data, then it might be worthwhile to start collecting. As part of this project, you will have databases and all where we can suck in data from your owl system or from your existing system in the greenhouses. And over a period of time, let's say a month or two, as we collect a lot of data, then yes, we can run machine learning. And after that, we can start predicting certain behaviors and outcomes.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. No further questions, sir.
Okay.
Ma'am, can I, this is Nitin Shanbak here. Can I ask you if you have any historical data available so that we can use it to build some of these analytics?
Nathan, can you repeat your feedback or
Yeah,
question?
yeah, I'm just asking, ma'am, if there is historical data available that we could use to build analytics solution. So if you have historical data, could you please share that with us? Was it clear?
Not so clear, Nathan. Anyway, maybe our engineer was able to capture your idea.
We can also take it offline, sir. Essentially, we were wondering whether there is historical data today. If not, we can figure out whether how we can collect that data from the greenhouses. We can take it offline.
Sorry, sir. For our production, we don't have a data on the greenhouse because the internet is not stalled while we are going on production. So hopefully, this month and later on, we will have the data so we can have the models.
Okay, fantastic. Then we'll work with you separately to see how we can suck that data into our systems and then start doing analytics around it.
Okay, sir. We'll do that, sir. Thank you.
Are there more questions from our IT group? Maybe they have some inquiries. Horticulturist or IT?
Hello, sir. Good afternoon po. Good morning. I have this simple question po regarding your data analytics. If ever we need your datas or our datas from you on our web-based platform, do we have back-end API for directly accessing those data?
Yes, sir, we do. So the whole platform is built heavy on API because we believe in open data flow, data integration. So whether we are sucking in data from different sources, from different edge devices, we also share that through APIs. So, for example, if I'm saying if the students want to do their own analytics and other things beyond what we offer, then through our APIs, they can access our data lake and databases and then play around and then do all sorts of things using our platform and outside of the platform too.
Just to add, we can also make the data available as JSON or CSV files. So if you want to feed it into another analytic solution, that is also possible.
Okay.
How about on the direct database accessing, sir?
Can you repeat that? I didn't get it.
Do we have access on a database?
Yes, we can provide. So, for example, we use MongoDB, we use Postgres. We can provide access to through APIs directly to our databases as well.
Only on JSON format or unstructured tables?
No, the JSON format is just one of the format. Through our APIs, you will be able to access directly to the database and consume that data, right? So we support multiple different formats. Happy to present it to you in whatever format you require. But for that, we need to understand your requirements and happy to support that.
Okay, sir. Noted po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Wilson. Wilson is one of our faculty on information technology. Okay. In one of our campus, maybe in phase 2, they will be covered by some of our projects. Okay. So one of the participant asked me if we could, if in the future we will add more, sensors. Can we do that
Yes.
in your platform,
Yes, sir.
or
Yeah.
what will happen to those research activity that we collect data? Can we add it to your platform or
Yes,
not?
we can. We are interestingly, like internally, we are coming up with this whole concept of experiments where we will allow you to run various experiments using a set of sensors over a period of time. And then as you add more sensors, more crops, you will be able to, we are trying to come up with a model which will help you scale across plants, crops, campuses, and so on and so forth. And for the platform, it is very easy to onboard new set of sensors or new device types. So if you decide to introduce new sort of sensors, as Dr. Ben was saying, water quality or more additional probes or sensors, all of those could be quickly onboarded. We will have adapters to new types, and then within a matter of few days, it'll be up and running. In fact, the moment the adapter is ready on that day itself, we can start getting telemetry data once the devices are implemented.
Okay, thank you, Sanjay, for giving us the overview of how your platforms of Smart Hub can accommodate all possibilities in CBSUA in terms of adding some sensors or adding some data to the system. Again, thank you very much. We're now starting to eat our lunch. May we know what's the time in Bangalore? Nathan?
In Bangalore, we are 4 minutes to 10.
Okay, how about in Sanjay, in your area?
It's
In
8:26 p.m. in the night.
okay. So here we are about 12:30 noon time. So I allowed them to eat their lunch. Sorry.
No
Maybe
worries, sir.
you could also request for your meal there
Yeah,
in your location. Okay, I'll
sure.
turn over the mic to our MC for the next stage. Technically, Sanjay and Nathan and the group of and uh, Ben and Sito, that ends the second segment of our event. The third segment will be our for for the discussion of possible ideas that with regards to the research aligned with digital agriculture, specifically using the sensors and devices that your SmartHub.AI will deliver. So you can decide if you continue hearing us or maybe you could. Again, thank you very much, Sanjay. Ben,
Thanks, sir.
Nathan,
Thanks for
and
the
Situ.
opportunity. I think we'll be there. At least some of us, we
Yeah,
plan to listen through,
yeah.
and we'll be there. Maybe I'll take a 5-minute bio break as well as get some coffee.
Yeah. So what time are we
Same
going to
here.
get back? What time are we going to get back again?
No, I think the conversation is going to happen, Nathan.
Oh,
I'm
is
just
it?
going to take a 5-minute break to get some
Sure,
coffee.
sure. Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Naka-on po, sir. Sure. Hello, test. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Cito De Leon, Mr. Dr. Ben O'Malley, and Sir Sanjay Rajashekar. So thank you so much, and also to Sir Nathan Shanbag. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us this morning. Hello. Hello. Anyway, moving forward, we are now going to have our workshop on the identification of research projects or studies under the digital agriculture program domain using the tools, gadgets, and data loggers to be deployed by Smart Agriculture Project, LDLA Smart Hub, and likewise determine the composition of its research project team members. So to facilitate the workshop, we have with us again today Dr. Vladimir Furunda.
Thank you. Anyway, can we continue while we are eating or you are done with your lunch? Pwede tayong tuloy-tuloy yan? Okay. So we will have a short workshop actually, just brainstorming. We will divide the group only in 3 groups. And the team leader, you select a team leader, then after that, we'll provide maybe 5 minutes. That's just to share the idea, okay, research idea, and maybe if you could identify possible researcher for that idea, it will be nice. Okay, can we start counting from the left side up to 3? Leo. Parang galit pa. Nag-lunch na nga, galit pa. 3. 3. Okay. Ma'am? 3. 2. 2. Then na si Mark. 2. Okay. 3 maybe. Okay. Can we request the group to move? Actually, is it okay? O kumakain pa? After lunch siguro, pag nakumain na? Or we'll give you 5 minutes to finish everything? 5 minutes. Then, regroup yourselves into these places. Yung 1 doon po sa gilid, yung 2 nandun, yung 3 po dito sa lugar na yan. Okay? Let's go! Then after that po, get the idea, dalawa lang role, project idea, study idea, then identify the possible researchers. Mr. Taruman, baka alis ka na naman. Sige. Pan lang, mga 10 minutes lang. Just to finish, the project idea. Thank you very much. I strongly suggest let's focus on the devices that will be delivered to us. Then if you could recommend members of the team for that study better. Kanina yung engineering, madami nang na-share. you could make recommendation po sa open field na study sa closed environment like greenhouse. Ano po? Because we have several greenhouses, we have in organic agriculture, we have in Agriville now, 5 greenhouses po, and the most sophisticated, of course, yung kay Engineer Claveria.
Good afternoon once again, everyone. Now, to present the output for the workshop, we'll begin with the first group from somebody from Sipocot campus, sir. Would like to go first. Okay, a round of applause for the group 2. And then after this group, we'll have this group, sir. And then the last one. Okay. Ah, yeah. Sinda sir ang first. Ah, iba man group. Ah, okay. Okay po. Should we ask the other participants, sir, to transfer the files in a flash drive? Okay. Just a heads up po to the 2 other groups. Kindly transfer your presentations in a flash drive so that immediately after the first group, we can have the next group to present. Sir Jario? Okay, sir from Sipocot, Sir Wego. Am I correct, sir? A big hand for the first presenter.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we have here the proposed study for the group 2. The first study for the disease detection on agronomic and plantation crops using drone imagery. So in this study, using drone, so yung kanina po, using the computer vision inside the greenhouse, ma-identify yung mga diseases inside the greenhouse. So enhance po ng group namin, instead of inside the greenhouse, an area, i-wide an area, paglipad po ng drone, so for example, an infect disease using the image, ma-identify po doon sa part ng area. For example, rice field or ano pa yung mga tubo, ano pa yung mga ano. So, ma-identify niya kung based on the image na na-capture po ng drone, i-identify ng data using the sensor kung what type of disease po yung na ano niya, na-detect niya. Yung po yung ano. So, covered po siya either wide area, kung ano po yung ma-identify ng isang drone. Tama po ba? In additional information from my group. Okay na ba yun? Okay. Next, here the water level quality monitoring system. So in this part, an area identifying if the water level or a water system, if a drinking water or a potable. So using the sensor, a type of tube, we can identify it is possible to drink. Kasi one of the problem in area, inom lang po tayo ng inom na sa tagal na yun pala hindi siya potable water. Based this study, ma-identify po siya kung what type of disease or ano pa yung pwedeng i-monitor for the water quality na potable water po talaga siya. Then at the same time, sa mga crops or pagpuput up po ng isang mga, for example, the fish pond, of course, before mag-put up ng isang fish pond, imo-monitor po siya kung meron po siyang may mga disease or whatever na madidetect doon. Using this study, we will develop a sensor to test a different type of water quality. So every tube, makakadetect po siya ng isang quality water monitoring system. So napakarami po yan kung ano po yung pwedeng i-ano niya dito sa study ito. So in additional po, wala. Yes, ma'am. Okay, in additional po, in this study, we will access online. So, pwede po siya ma-monitor. So, for example, the device, nasa malayong lugar po siya, mamomonitor po siya through a web-based, using kung ano po yung i-command or whatever the application na i-apply namin, mamomonitor po siya based on online platform. So, yan po yung ano po namin.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much to the second group. Now we'll have the first group to present. Who will be your representative? Group 1? Okay. Engineer Claveria. A round of applause, please. Do we have questions for the first group? Maybe we can answer the questions for the first group while the second group is preparing.
In fact, hindi po ito question, parang enhancement. Can I request the group to provide some details doon sa template? Ano yung possible thoughts ninyo dito? Isulat nyo lang po sa baba. Kindly write all those notes. Second, the disease detection scheme for open field is okay. But maybe we could explore the pest detection scheme for greenhouse. What I have in mind actually is, for now kasi, we have an applications who could detect cars, di ba? cars. We have a camera in the cars. What model is that car? Diba? There already software for that, or an AI for that. This time maybe you could place this as one of the notes. Maybe we reverse the situation. Example, this is the plot of your lettuce. Okay. Let's establish a kind of mechanical robot. Run it on top of the lettuce. Take an image tree and let the AI detect if there is a disease. Baliktad, di ba? Di ba? Outside you use a drone to take image on this one because you can run a drone within. So maybe we could run with a frame, a camera, run it maybe every day, only one run, then analyze it for pest detection. You will use the same thinking compared doon sa previous yung idea. But this one is under greenhouse condition. The camera will run within a frame. So once a day, so maybe you could detect pests maybe after 10 days or after 15 days. So what kind of pest you could detect it? Still using, sir, imagery, image analysis. The same principle, madam. Iba lang yung procedures of taking the data. Okay? That's for the first one. The second one is about the quality of water. The one you presented, the picture is on rice. Rice. It's okay. You know, rice is not actually required to have too much water. Di ba? Kaya nga, what we are advocating now is intermittent irrigation. Yung ang tubig is just enough. So maybe you could look at, maybe even Calabanga campus can do that type of water level detection. Kaya po ng Calabanga campus yan. Then just check whether the level of the water is leveled with the soil or above soil and what's the height. Okay. So maybe we could add it to the notes for the second suggestion for the research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Vladdy, for the input. How about the others? Do you have other inputs on how the first group can improve their research or their ideas? Somebody from the two other groups? Wala naman po. Okay, we shall now proceed with the second presenter. Engineer?
Sorry, hindi po kasi naka-presentation yung gawa namin. Ayan. So, our main research topic is about crop modeling for hydroponics lettuce grown under a controlled environment. So, isa na po siya sa mga research na tig-present ko kanina. And about this research topic, marami na pong pwedeng gawing sub-research na pwedeng gawin anchored naman sa crop modeling. So, kasi po, marami po kasing data ang kailangan para makagawa ng models. So, pwede na po siya maging research kada parameters. So first is the growth and development of various parts. So kung lettuce po, titingnan po natin duman yung growth sa kada stages niya. I-measure po yung diameter, yung leaf, yung height, etc. And hanggang sa iha-harvest na siya. So para po may data kita from sowing to harvesting na growth ng crops. So second is the amount of photosynthesis in dry and wet season. So doon po sa greenhouse, ang problema lang po nito is ang solar radiation po na nakukuha doon sa weather station is outside the greenhouse. So wala po kaming pang sensor sa loob ng greenhouse to detect the solar radiation para din maalaman kung ilan ba yung solar energy na nakukuha nung halaman. So we try to identify the amount of photosynthesis in 2 seasons, in dry and wet. So all throughout naman po ng year, pwedeng operational sa greenhouse. So kailangan po din ma-identify kung dry, kung sunny, ganito yung amount ng solar radiation sa loob and ganito yung nakukuhang solar energy nung halaman, and kapag rainy season, ganito naman po yung photosynthesis activity nung crops. And third is determination of carbon dioxide inside a controlled environment. So isa din pong factor ang carbon dioxide sa loob ng controlled environment. Kasi po kung mag-spray kita, kung kailangan mag-spray, etc. So nag-accumulate po yan and magkakaroon siya ng carbon dioxide. So let's try to identify the carbon dioxide and the effects of that carbon dioxide sa crops. Lahat po yan is naka-anchored sa yield ng crops. And number 4 is the water and nutrients intake. So identify din po kung sa gantong stage, ganito siya kadaming kumuha ng nutrients, ng water, hanggang sa harvesting. Para po makuha talaga natin yung trend kung ano talaga yung ini-intake ng isang halaman sa gantong stage, etc. And number 5 is to evaluate the effects of microclimate parameters on the yield of crop. So titingnan din po natin kung ano yung pinakamagandang temperature, humidity, etc. sa loob ng greenhouse para mas ma-achieve niya yung mas magandang yield all throughout the production. So yun lang po sa amin. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Claveria, and to your group. Thank you so much, Sir Vlad, for your inputs. How about the other members of the other groups? Do we have inputs, ideas, comments, suggestions, anything that you'd like to add on the research proposed by the second group? Sir, from Sipoco, do we have inputs? None so far? Okay, perhaps later if you have any idea that you'd like to add in the proposed research of the other groups, then you may just want to raise your hand and then give us your ideas, okay? And now for the last presentation, who will be presenting from the third group? Okay. A round of applause for Sir. What's your name again, sir? Sir Cesar, okay.
Hello po, good afternoon. So with the help of explosive minds of my teammates, we have come up with two major topics or two major projects. First is the pilot testing of AI technologies or the Internet of Things, introducing high-value crops under Philippine condition. So with the help of those devices that the project or the smart agriculture is aiming to achieve. Um, this first project has a first study title, which is the philo testing of this AI technology for nutrient management in um, grapes production. So, una dito sa first title namin, um, gusto namin mag-focus dito sa mga high-value crops, and one of the high-value crops is the grapes. So, baka possible na makaproduce tayo ng high-quality grapes using the data na makokollect natin with the help of the devices. And for the second title naman po, still for pilot testing of the AI technology for plant and diseases in grapes pa din po. So, aside from nutrient management, magpo-focus din po tayo sa identifying diseases ng plants. Specifically ng grapes po. Then for the third title naman, we need to determine factors affecting the soil nutrient monitored by the IoT devices. Yun po sa first title namin. And this title has a general objective, of course, which is to determine the efficiency and effectivity of these devices on the high-value crops, which is focusing on grapes. And with specific objectives, our first objective is to growth and yield grapes, to monitor the cost and return analysis, the problems encountered associated to field trials in nutrient management, and to gather data analytics. Okay po. Another major project. So, we have also come up with the flowering and fruiting pattern under different climate parameters using the AI technology. So, ang main objective po ng project na to is to have the data collected para malaman natin kung yung mga seasonal fruits po ba is pwede nating mapabunga year-round. Halimbawa, pinakamagandang example dito is the rambutan siguro po. Kasi yung rambutan, one of the most favorite fruit of Bicolanos. Pero na-enjoy lang natin siya within September to December. And kung gugustuhin natin na matikman yung rambutan from January to August siguro, wala tayong matitikman na rambutan. So, the main objective of this project is to determine, using these IoT devices, the nutrients and the climate's temperature affecting on the fruiting and flowering of rambutan. So, makakapag-produce tayo ng rambutan year-round using these IoT devices. Yun lang po. Thank you po.
Thank you so much to the third group. Some inputs. This is perhaps more detailed compared to the other presentation. They are prepared with a general objective and other details. So how about we ask inputs from the other groups? Sir Vlad?
This idea can also be replicated to other existing, crop that we have. Dahil ang tanong ko nga, may grapes production ba tayo? Saan ba may grapes production? Saan, Leo? Malalaki na ba? Mamumunga na ba within the year too? So, but technically, this idea can be used also in other crops. Ano po? So, medyo ambitious lang ito dahil wala pang ang grapes na malalaki. Gusto na niyang talaga from newly planted to fruiting. Opo. But because it's about itong plant diseases, okay ito. Dahil you don't need a scenario like malaki siya. Ano po, pwede naman kahit maliit pa yan, you could, determine the plant diseases. Okay. But the others, maybe it's it's good to see it while it's about to fruit. Example, nutrient requirement during non-fruiting time and fruiting time, so it's easier to detect. The other one, the other projects for me is a very exciting idea because the intention of this is to determine what particular elements of the year, either it's climate, soil, that enhances fruiting of a particular tree. Fruiting, because we have seasonal. So you could understand why a particular tree like rambutan bear fruits during the season. Is it a factor of temperature? Anyway, we have an automatic weather station, so you could study those things. Is this a factor of water? Is it a factor of nutrient? So with this, if you do this in a year, the whole year idea, you will really understand why this specific tree bear fruits. The challenge is here, Sir Wilson, can you replicate the same scenario during non-fruiting months? So that's the biggest challenge. If you find it that they need an element pala, that's why they bear fruits, maybe you induce them to or provide them with the nutrients. Those are just examples of how you make use of the data to explore other management options so that you could produce more out of a particular tree. So this one for me is a good, though basic actually. We can't do this one if you don't have sensors. But now we have a sensors. We have an automatic weather station. So we can now understand the tree and their behavior. So that is what we are telling you, to exploit that potential of those sensors so that for us to understand well the dynamism of our crops and other plants. Thank you. Congratulations for the group.
Okay, thank you so much. And congratulations to the three groups for your presentation. Perhaps you would definitely be getting enough support from the center, from the Digital Agriculture and Innovation Center for whatever project you would like to pursue in the future. So ngayon pa lang, I can sense that Sir Vladi would be very much be giving more of his assistance in the research, especially probably with the budget. But with the device, you already have it, which according to Sir Vlad are the first in the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I've heard a while ago. So to formally, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, to formally close our program this morning, this afternoon actually, we have again, Dean, or Director of the Digital Agriculture and Innovation Center, Dr. Vladimir Forunda.
Bago po ako magsalita, sana gusto kong hingihan ng impression si Dean Balderas para si Ma'am Malin. Considering she handles basically majority of the experts in this area. And I hope, Ma'am, you could give us some of your insights, especially for the new researchers.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So this kind of initiative being done by our director and as well as the CBSUA is a very good initiative. So actually, dito talaga natin makikita na pwede nating ma-improve yung ating research. Especially we are in the era of the climate change. So napakagandang we have these different sensors to detect the effect of the climate change in terms of crop production. Kasi agriculture tayo So we should be able to maximize this different equipment in order to come up with a very good data so that we can recommend to our future producers or farmers that this data, say for example, in flowering or in penology, we can do it by means of certain innovation. So, ito po yung kagandahan ng ganitong researches. So, for me, this is a very good research po talaga, Sir Vladi. Because, alam mo natin, nag-uusap tayo before pa, na ganito yung mga hinahanap nating researches. Yung mga ganitong level na, mga high level and scientific researches. So it can explore to any kind of plant that we have, from field to greenhouse condition. So we are talking of the photosynthetic active radiation na hindi ko nakita sa iba. So maganda yung ginawa ng group when it comes to rambutan. So what is the flowering pattern and fruiting pattern? Maybe we could look at the phenology, because probably yung rambutan would only flower during the shorter time of the day or the longer night. So we could look from the 400 nanometers range up to 700 nanometers range. So that is the far red ratio para mag-trigger siya ng flowering. So titingnan natin. Kasi yun lang, kailangan nating idagdag yon sa ating possible data. Ha? Yun na nga, yun yung kailangang tingnan natin yun eh. Kasi bakit ba siya nagpa-flower during September to December? Kasi longer yung night. So it has something to do with that. So if you wanted to flower it during January to something, so probably pwede ka nang gumamit ng mga LED light para matrigger yung flowering. So we have this different LED lights na iba-iba yung ini-emit na nanometers. So pwedeng gawin yun, not only in the field but also in greenhouse condition. So this will not only limit doon sa mga hydroponics and even in organic agriculture, the data that is being presented by Engineer Claveria can be also used by the organic agriculture team. Kasi iba naman yung production scheme natin, di ba? So, sana ma-inspire tayo. And of course, nandiyan si Sir Vladi, kami, we are willing to mentor also the group with this kind of researches. So, nakaka-excite. Actually, I am really excited with this kind of research. Ano? So, hindi lang yun yung meeting natin in the future. Even the publications, it could help also these young researchers to pursue a little bit a higher level kind of researches. So, yun po.
Thank you, Professor Balderas. Ano po, Mamalin. Parang mas gusto kong tawagin si Mamalin na Mamalin. Po. When I'm trying to hear your statement, Madam, it sounds like music to me. Dahil, just like what you said, lalong-lalo na po yung may mga edad na dito sa school. Minsan naisip namin, hanggang ba NPK fertilization lang aming mga experiment? Diba? I'm also a product of that technology when I did my thesis. But I made it a little bit complex because I implemented it under split plot design with inoculation, integration of inoculations. Tulad po ng sinabi nyo, aspirasyon ko na rin in the past na sana the research of our students in agriculture is really so complex. If you try to browse those publications, minsan malalaway ka na lang eh, pero wala naman talaga tamang magawa eh. Si Dr. Valdez, wala naman yung magagawa. Ako, because we don't have equipments and facilities. This, I think, is a golden years for us. Ano po? Ang challenge lang, yung pong kinuwento nyo, is paano natin may implement. And that inspiration must be maintained in our heart. Okay? The second one, okay, the collaboration must be open. When you do research work, don't close your opportunities to work with others. Ano po? Wala na po yung panahon na yun, tapos na. Wala na po yung tipong lahat po ng kailangan ng research, ikaw lang nakakaalam. Ano, Sir Henyo? So the wisest idea now is you add IT to your research. If you are plant science, if you are animal science, you add also other expertise. Then, I develop it into more research work rather than mag-isa ka. Isa lang ang magagawa mo. Pangit pa dahil mag-isa ka. Mabuti na yung dalawa kayo, tatlo kayo, napakaganda pa ng research. Di ba? Palakpakan nga natin yun. The digital agriculture attempts to do this because of that inspiration. Ano po? masakit sa loob na ang iba pong universities can do these things, tapos tayo hindi. Tapos, pipilitin pa natin sarili natin magsabi, every week, every day, that we aspire to be an agricultural research institution of global standards. Nawala nga tayong isang census. Mabuti nga po ang greenhouse, mayroon na. Pero hindi pa natin nagagamit. Okay? So, I think this one is just a good start. Okay? Whoever will consolidate the research idea, I think it's Sarah and Jovelyn, i-build na po ninyo yung nalista ngayon up to parameters, then let's share it back to them. Tapos, mag-identify na po kayo ng kung saan nyo gustong sumama. Then, I do hope people from the IT group of Sipocot, please join also Pili. In exploring the data management, platforms. I know you could hasten the data analysis with your techniques. Yung mga nandito po sa main campus, don't also hesitate to tap them. Kahit po alam namin na kayo po ay expert sa plant science, sila ay hindi. Lausin naman tayo sa programming and data analytics. So let's combine that element to generate more research and, of course, presentation and shall we say, publications. Lalong-lalo na si Engineer Claveria, hindi pa ata ito permanent. Diba? That's the only passport that you have. Okay? This year will be a good year for the presentation abroad. Okay? Think of that. Think of that. Hindi naman kami nagsasawa. Willing pa naman kami pumunta ng abroad. Pero collaborate with the hindi senior citizen, senior scientist. senior scientist to support you. Especially the young ones. Kayo po ay initial group lang naman ito. Then we will, little by little, do a guerrilla warfare. Padadamihin po natin itong mga tao involved sa digital agriculture. Then, let's show to them that we have good ideas, then mobilize them. Huwag naman tayo magsara sa kanila. Then, i-initiate po natin yung research very, very soon. I think, I'm planning to present yung mga concepts nyo, adding some concepts of climate change and adaptation ni Sir Philip. Ipapakita natin kay President dahil ang question talaga po mamali ni President, for what is this investments? Iyo po. Siya alam niya. Pero gagawin ba natin? Ano ang gusto sabihin niya? Magagastos tayo dito, pero magre-research ba kayo? Yun ang biggest questions. That's why me and Dr. Balderas is here to induce and encourage you to do that. Si Sir Wilson, hindi pa naman yan permanent. Ahanaban ka din ng research. Huwag kayo matakot. Kahit at the immediate na lang, wag na yung ma-permanent kung gusto nyo. Diba? Pero kung ako sa inyo, dahil hindi kayo permanent, you target the permanent positions because you are ready with your publication and research. Nagkataon lang po sigurong nauna lang kami sa inyo. Pero alam namin susunod ka because of digital agriculture. Yun lang po. Thank you very much for coming. Hanggang dito na lang po ang ating pagsasama. Parang may hinihintay pa kayo. Sige po, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Vlad. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That ends our event on enhancing research initiatives, specifically in digital agriculture and innovation. So at this moment, may we request all of our participants to please stay in front for a photo opportunity. The others can just probably sit on the stairs on the first and second step of the stage. Yeah, yes, sir, if they can do so. Yes. Dean Balderas, Dr. Philip, may we invite you po? Kasha ba, Ma'am Zai, or they need to sit? Opo or Kasha? Okay. May we request po for the participants to remove their masks so that you can be recognized in the photo? Ano po, face reveal po, face reveal.